Look, I know it's scheduled for 3:30, but why not start 2 minutes early? So I look, he did not think of what to put on the screen. The people want, the people get. So yeah, should I like be playing a game? Should I have, I don't know what to put on the screen. I could play Prehistoric Kingdom. I mean, that's definitely not a horrible idea. Or should I just have hang tight? I can turn on my full cam. I won't do that. You thought. Getting kind of 50% yes, 33% no, not sure, 17%. Thank you for whoever liked the stream. Should I pull up Subway Surfers gameplay? I don't know. I could play Prehistoric Kingdom. I don't know what I'd do in Prehistoric Kingdom. Family Guy and Subway Surfers? Okay. Well, I did always want... He have brains? Welcome, Tobin! Well, there's Paleo Pines. I don't know. I think... We have brains. We do. Better for worse. Let's see. Yeah, I can do Prehistoric Kingdom. That shouldn't be too... You're right. That should be chill enough. Yeah, let's look at Prehistoric Kingdom. So where do we start? It's such a like... Excuse me. I guess like complex topic. Oh, yeah, that's a crazy thing to just pull up and do. Because like they always like say shit, you know what I mean? And there's always like, oh, will they bring back, you know, yada yada. And now that they like made the first step, I'm like thinking to my brain, like, is this okay? Is this something that like should be in support of? You just kind of haul up and do that? And I think like, because from my understanding is that they genetically modified a gray wolf, and that's what the quote-unquote dire wolf is, right? And that's fine and all, but like I'm pretty sure gray wolves are protected species. How do you get the clearance to do that? Let me look this up actually. Yeah, they're protected under the U.S. Endangered Species Act. So how'd they get the okay to do that? It's interesting. Modern, I guess. I don't know. It's just so much in my brain. Like I saw it earlier this morning. I didn't really think anything of it. Because like, oh, it's like the mammoth mouse, whatever. But I think it hurts to get DNA like a blood sample. Oh no, that's not my thing. My thing is that the Department of The United States Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm sure if you played Jurassic World Evolution 2, you're quite familiar. That's like, hey, any breeding of the animal, which it was bred, to my knowledge, it wasn't cloned. It was bred. I think it was bred. But like they went in and like did some trait stuff. I don't think I actually know a whole lot about it. I think I've seen it and I know it's a thing. Should I watch? Should I pull up some videos and stuff? Should we get educated? Is that okay for me to do, to watch a YouTube video on YouTube? I mean, if it's news, right? It should be fine. Let's get educated? Okay. People do reaction content all the time. Yeah, but I tried to a long time ago and it got banned in like 100 countries. So, I don't know. Why did my mic peak then? Okay. Let's put it back here. Time magazine, this is...
The howl of a dire wolf hasn't been heard on planet Earth for more than 10,000 years. That's because the species is extinct.
They're cute.
Or was. Colossal Biosciences is a Dallas-based company that's using genetic engineering to de-extinct long-gone species. And this is the first time Colossal's dire wolf pups, who are now 6 months old, have been seen by the public. Hey Ben,
so they kept this, to my knowledge right now, the wolves are right now are 6 months. They kept this completely under wraps until now. Anywho, just thought that should be something that's known.
Kluger from Time Magazine. A pleasure to meet you. Yeah. Tell me a little bit about what the goal is for de-extincting and rewilding ultimately. Why are you doing this work?
It became abundantly clear that we need new tools and technologies for conservation. And so we thought this was a really cool way that we could create value, create impact, inspire people, and then also hopefully thoughtfully rewild some of these species, which apparently will also have ecological benefits to these different potential ecosystems.
Let's open a Google Doc real quick. I'm going to set it to hold tight just in case it opens my Google, my school account. Okay, blank document. Let's name it out here. Whoops, that is not the right thing. My bad. Here we go. Dire. Whoops, I'm not typing. Dire wolf. The best font is Calibri. Changed my mind.
To try and do
also hopefully thoughtfully rewild some of these species, which apparently will also have ecological benefits to these different potential ecosystems.
To try and do that, Colossal needed to understand dire wolves at a genetic level. The company has documented the process from the beginning and shared this footage with Time for a cover story. So can you tell me a little bit about what went into engineering the dire wolf?
We extracted DNA from 2 fossils that we knew from previous work had some amount of preserved ancient DNA. One was a 13,000-year-old bone, and the other was a 72,000-year-old bone, an inner ear bone. We were able to generate 2 genomes, 2 direwolf genome sequences from that, which we then compared to all the other wolves for which there's already been data generated. And when we do that, we want to figure out where it is that these 2 dire wolves are similar to each other, but different from the other wolves that are out there. And so we come up with this list of genes where they're distinct. Now, our goal in the Dire Wolf Project, just like with all de-extinction projects, is to re-engineer the core traits, the core characteristics that made these extinct species unique, and able to fill whatever role that they filled in their ecosystems when they were still alive.
Using this
Not for today.
knowledge, Colossal then made 20 modifications to 14 genes in the DNA of common gray wolf cells. These relatively few tweaks to the genetic code produce some big differences. The dire wolf's white coat, large size, characteristic
Is that how you spell behavior? Okay.
vocalizations like that howling you heard at the beginning of the story, and more. That DNA was transferred to denucleated egg cells, meaning cells without their own genetic material, and then developed into embryos and were then implanted in the wombs of surrogate mothers, who were hound mixed dogs.
We didn't know how big these embryos would grow and wanted to make sure that the surrogate was healthy. So we picked large dogs.
Romulus and Remus, named after the Roman mythological twin brothers who were raised by a wolf, were born on October 1st, 2024. And in January, they were joined by a younger sister that the Colossal team named Khaleesi. Each wolf is on track to grow to as large as 6 feet long and 150 pounds. Colossal isn't planning to reintroduce them to the wild. Instead, the 3 dire wolves will live out their lives on a fenced 2,000-acre preserve. Colossal does not want to disclose this location in order to protect the animals.
I think these are the luckiest animals ever. They will live their entire life on this protected ecological reserve where they have all sorts of space and they have natural denning environment and they have an inclement weather hut that they can go and hide out in if they need to. They have 24-hour veterinary care.
Dire wolves aren't the only species on Colossal's de-extinction agenda.
An American company says it has genetically engineered mice so that they have developed some traits like
Yeah, we're
mammoths.
getting there. We'll start talking in the second quest of Koalas Lover. I just wanted to watch the actual video instead of just, reading stuff, if that makes sense.
Potentially important step in a quest to eventually bring back the prehistoric woolly mammoth.
They hope to de-extinct the woolly mammoth as early as 2028. The company is also hoping to bring back the dodo and the Tasmanian tiger. If some of this genetic tinkering feels familiar, it's because Hollywood has been here first. And spoiler alert, we all know that didn't end well. So naturally, bioethicists have some concerns.
When you're playing with nature, nature usually wins. Nature is much more complicated than the ability of our brains to understand it. Genes do many things, or
Ethicists? 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 I don't know how to spell.
maybe a lot of unintended consequences. Let's say we alter a gene to make extra hair or to make it burn metabolism more, burn fat more. Those genes may do other things in ways that we just don't even understand. So we may create animals that have lots of medical problems. If we start tinkering with genes, we may create a super mouse, a super rat that kills all the other animals around.
But the team at Colossal says their mission to restore extinct species is also about stopping the disappearance of endangered ones today, as experts predict.
Pause. No idea how this has anything to do with, helping with species that are almost extinct but not, but hold on.
About stopping the disappearance of endangered ones today, as experts predict Earth will lose 30% of its genetic diversity by 2050. Colossal has used techniques learned from the Dire Wolf Project to clone 4 red wolves, a small but important step in fortifying that endangered species.
Already see it, Tobin. Thank you for stopping by.
4 new wolves could help inject fresh DNA into the red wolf gene pool, which currently suffers from a so-called genetic bottleneck, the result of too few individuals carrying too little genetic variety to keep the species healthy.
Yes, it would
That's
be
good.
really
I like
amazing
that.
to see a mammoth. It would be great for the habitats of Tasmania to have a keystone predator reintroduced into that ecosystem. But the tools that we're developing on the path to these species have immediate.
I want to add that in. Oh, that's not a word. There we go. That's a word. Oh, there we go.
Immediate application to species that are not yet extinct. A future that is both biodiverse and filled with people. We should be giving ourselves the opportunity to see what our big brains can do to reverse some of the bad things that we've done to the world already.
There's a huge need to help prevent animals from becoming endangered and going extinct. We need to spend more money on conservation. Particularly now, there's a lot of threats that lands that we have as national parks and as preserves are going to be used for drilling oil, for instance. So there's a lot of habitats where species now live that are going to be under threat. So, and there's not enough money to help with conservation efforts.
Okay, so I don't know about y'all, but that's a lot of process. That's a lot to I don't know, at least to me, that's a lot to unpack. I'm sure you saw I wrote a couple notes. Well, they're not really notes, but a couple questions. Yeah, let me take a picture of it on my phone so I can do some gameplay and we can still talk and I can still look at this. Okay. So, let's see how y'all are feeling. You didn't expect to see Prehistoric Kingdom? Well, I didn't know what else to put on the screen. If you have any other suggestions, please let me know. 43% of you said yes, bring it back. 29 said no. And another 29 said not sure. Yeah, I honestly don't know how I word it. I didn't know what else to put on the screen because I don't have like, would it just be like a black screen when I didn't know what to put on the screen as we chat. I have not done discussion streams before. So I low-key don't know what I'm doing. So please take that into consideration. Yeah, I think so. First thing they mentioned, so that'll be the first thing I mention, is the ecological impacts. They said it's going to be square off. What do they say? A 2,000 square acre area? Is that what they said? Something like that? I don't know what that means. Yeah, so they squared off an area. And I guess a question that they didn't answer for me is there other animals in that area? Do they have a 2,000 squared area by themselves? Because this is where I'm kind of interested. Are they going to like be part of a pack with their mother? Are they now separated with their mother? Because low-key is kind of cheesy. But the whole thing with the Indominus Rex is that it didn't know where it fit on the food chain. And I think an Indominus Rex is a little bit smarter than a dire wolf. I don't know for sure, actually, to be so honest with you. But it could be a bad thing if they let them live back in their original environments, but it could also be a good thing. For example, the prolonged population, the pronghorn population, the American cheetah went extinct. Yeah, I think I'm so fine with like bringing back animals that recently went extinct because of humans. If there is an ecological imbalance because of an extinct species that humankind has caused, absolutely bring it back. But like, does like the direwolves know that it's a direwolf? Does it think that it's a gray wolf? A dire, and then if they're in that same like pack with their mother, that gets a little bit weird because they're gonna go bigger, way bigger, and way stronger than a direwolf. So then they have this like 2,000 acre squared area set off to themselves. It's like, okay, are there other animals in that squared off area? How, like, is it just going to kill everything? And that kind of circles to like another question I had, is like the behavior. I feel like personally the behavior of a genetically modified organism is unpredictable. I don't know if that's just me though, but how that's like, we don't know how it's going to treat other animals and yada yada. We'll go here. Let's figure out what I want. So I want to set an easy. But like things like bringing back the dodo and bringing it back to its original environment, yeah, that kind of makes sense. We made it go extinct unnaturally. That's unnatural cause. That would not have happened naturally at all. But it happened. So then where does one draw the line, you know? Sorry, let me just be incredibly picky real quick. Yeah, because that also went extinct because of human intervention. So then what? I don't understand the main goal of bringing back the direwolves. What are you accomplishing? You're going to separate it. So your goal is obviously not to like reintroduce it to North America, because you have it squared off in a 2,000 acre area that you choose not to disclose, which is fine. That makes sense. But you have it squared off. Your goal. I'm gonna sound like Ian Malcolm real quick. Wait, what was this quote? Someone tell me the quote that relates to this. They were so, what was it? They were so obsessed that they didn't stop and think if they should. What is the goal of bringing back direwolves? Because from what it seems like they just did it because they found out that they were able to do it. You know what I mean? I don't like see or understand the basis, because then they talk about like, oh, well, we also want to like help, you know, preserve like species that are near extinction. Awesome. Do that. You know what I mean? I don't understand. I guess I just don't understand, you know? I don't know. How that, like, equals that. So I feel like I saw this post and I'm kind of feeling it. Like I kind of like understand And DPI feels so low. I kind of understand, like, damn, I cannot speak today. Oh my lordy. I saw this post, and to be honest, it made a whole lot of sense to me. The post was basically concerned, or like the post's concern was that was very similar to mine. Wait, was it V? Yeah, it was V. Of how, like, what is the purpose? Like, it's cool that you're doing it, don't get me wrong. That shit is awesome as fuck. You know, brought back an extinct species. But, like, why do you do that? Ooh, that's locked. Interesting. And this person had this theory and said something to the matter of that, oh, this is all just an investor's ploy. And the whole goal is that they're going to bring it back, they're going to show it off. Welcome, Atroci. Now Jurassic Park showed us to not to bring back extinct species, and we did it. What the fuck? I think rather than looking at the movies, if you've read the book, it becomes a lot more concerning. American cheetahs went extinct 10,000, 12,000 years ago, mostly because of climate change and competition from us. Bringing them back couldn't control the population of the pronghorns. Right, but climate change back then was not our fault. I'd consider that like a natural extinction. Most creatures went extinct because of, keyword, natural climate change. And out competition from us, yeah, that makes sense. But like, where do you like draw the line from there and there? From like was it definitely because of us? Because I feel like if it's definitely because of mankind, the creature went extinct, it should be our obligation to bring it back. Or if it's going extinct, it should be our obligation to, you know, help those populations increase, and bring stability upon ecosystems, right? But like, also like climate change, you know, where do you like draw the line? Was it us or was it climate change? If you brought back an American cheetah and put it in the same environment now, would it be able to survive? I guess is like the question. Just want Dimetrodon to be brought back. I don't think we're bringing back Dimetrodon. That's a lot of DNA editing. What was I gonna say? Oh, they give me all of them? Hell yeah. I'll do this one. What did they like again? So yeah, so anywho, so we basically just bring back a big wolf. I mean, yeah, if that's what you consider dire wolf. So they brought it back, and they're gonna, well, this was what I think low-key happened. They brought it back, and they're like, oh, hey, look at this new shiny, you know, thing that, like, we can bring back extinct species. What are investors gonna do? They're going to invest as a privatized company, which I looked up, you can invest in as a normal-ass person. You invest in that company, they get a whole bunch of money, and it's kind of undetermined on what they plan on doing with that money. However, it does to me seem like it makes sense that it's a big ploy to get more money, because I cannot see or understand the practicality or the purpose of bringing back a dire wolf in ecosystems that have stabilized for the most part in the past however many thousands of years they've been gone. And you're not reintroducing them. You've said that exclusively that they're going to be blocked off in a 2,000 square acre area, but you're showing them off. You're not doing anything with them that could possibly be a benefit to anything. You're showing them off so people can see them and invest in your company so you can get more money. low-key, as shitty as that like sounds on paper, like I kind of think that's what's happening here. Because then they like, and then again, it's like up to them. Are they going to be a good company and do cool shit, and they're going to follow through with like the prevention of endangered species, or are you going to do more whatever the fuck to get more money and bring back another extinct species? Because I don't think woolly mammoth is surviving. I don't think if we bring back woolly mammoth, I don't think he's surviving. Yes, it's natural climate change, but also pronghorns now don't have a predator, so they're increasing the predators are wolves, foxes, coyotes, but they're too fast and none of them catch them because they have a great adaptation for spotting predators because they have huge eyes. Now, life finds a way. I bet in about 2 years, one of those dire wolves will injure / kill a human. And that's another thing I said earlier before you got here, is that it's so incredibly... You can't, like... How do I word it? Animal behavior, like a genetically modified organism's behavior, is going to be so difficult to understand. I mean, they've been going for like 6 months, right? They're like 6 months years old, and they said that everything's fine. Are they saying that everything's fine, or is everything fine? Kind of gets a little bit iffy there. Whoops, didn't mean to favor that. It's just interesting, you know what I mean? And like low-key, would I want, like, let's say I'm kind of biased against mammals, nothing like against mammals, but when it comes to like extinct species, I'm all about dinosaurs, right? That's the main thing I care about as a human being. I have to buy these. Okay. So let's flip the tables. Let's say they're bringing back a velociraptor. That's awesome. Like, would you feel different? Would anyone here feel different if they brought back like a dinosaur? If we can bring back a dire wolf, maybe we can bring back a cave bear. I think how they were able to do it mainly was because, let's see, let's take this. It's because they have DNA of a, they have the DNA, so they're able to look at the DNA and compare the DNA with a, God, why can I not think of anything right now? They're able to compare the DNA with a gray wolf and then make the changes to make it... Whoops. Sorry, why am I blinking out? So they're able to compare and contrast the DNA to make the necessary changes to turn it into basically a dire wolf. Oh, I understand they can't bring back a velociraptor gecko, but I'm just like trying to like, I guess, bring more understanding. I don't think the dire wolves would try anything against humans because they were raised by humans. I mean, yeah. But the issue is that they're a genetically modified organism. Factual. It's difficult to anticipate the behavior of a genetically modified organism. Factual. And then they are undomesticated. There's been people who like raised wolves from pups and they like got killed by them. There's people that raised alligators from babies, and alligators are a lot smarter than the average people think they are. They died. Just by the way, I'm pretty sure they said that the DNA edits they made are the drastic. Do you mean Jurassic or Darwinistic changes? So yes, it isn't dire wolf completely, but the DNA changes make them similar to one. Yeah. What if they make a bird, slice genomes, reptile? Guess we just need an X-ray. Yeah, that would be interesting to see the X-rays of them. to kind of compare, because I don't think they've done that to my knowledge, or at least they didn't specify. Let me make sure. Am I building on flat ground right now? Is that flat? Is that sloping down? Am I tripping? It's flat for the most part. What did they make a Berg slight? They did that once, but they didn't bring it to life because they didn't know. Because they didn't know if it'd be humane or not, so they just didn't do it. I lucky don't know how I want to make this look. Because yes, people say that it doesn't look that close to a dire wolf, but it could have just been completely wrong. Sometimes it happens in paleontology. Did a dire wolf not just look like a big wolf? I look-y thought that's all it was. Oops. I might be so horribly completely wrong, though. Let me think. What would be a cool little zoo entrance? I think it'd be cool if we get direwolf and prehistoric planet, because of which. Oh well, since all the direwolf stuff, we decided we should just add it. I don't know. There's some people that say it's completely different to an actual direwolf, but I've compared pictures. And for a 6-month-old direwolf, it looks really similar besides color. I mean, yeah, there's a chance that it's not nearly as like drastic as like the changes didn't change as much as they, you know, thought it would. So there's a chance that they low-key just accidentally made a white gray wolf that has not many actual similarities. Or there's a chance that paleontology was just completely wrong. Which in that case, you know, fine. Where's the buildings I can have? Souvenir kiosk large. Let's do... Let's see, I have this idea that this is going to kind of curve around. Whoops, that's not straight. That's going to curve around and then reveal the Coelophysis enclosure. It's possible that they're wrong about direwolves being distantly related. Closer to say that they weren't ending the genes from the direwolves are actually closer to gray wolves. I don't remember that in the video, honestly. But I could have just missed it. Because I always thought that the common belief was that they're related to wild dogs more closer than everything else. Your KFC game? Awesome. Okay. Yeah, I watched the video and I've seen like a couple like Instagram reels and TikToks about it. That's kind of all that I have right now. Let's see. it's just like, it's just a like, I guess random. I don't know really how else to put it. Like, I don't understand. I guess I just like don't understand. It's cool, yes. I'm sure if it was like a Velociraptor or something like that, I'd be complaining a whole lot less. Because, you know, I like them more than I do, you know, the typical direwolf. But it's just like you're doing it just to do it. Bioethicists are concerned from what I've seen / read. And it's very Jurassic Park. When the one guy was explaining how they started the project of cloning it, it even sounded kind of random. Yeah. But yeah, it definitely sounds Jurassic Park booky, because it's a very, very similar process to what they did in Jurassic Park. And, you know, it's like the same, like, questions, essentially, you know, I'm asking. That why is it doing that? That book really talks about, specifically, Alan Grant from the book was really like, hey, what makes you think it's okay to do this, yada yada. Guys, I have no idea how I want this entrance to be. Pizza sounds yummy. It do, I can't lie. Okay, let's I don't care about the ethics, since I don't see anything wrong with it besides maybe socialism. I just wish they did an animal that has a bigger difference to the living one so that people didn't whine. I think there's definitely an ethical dilemma in it, because they didn't say in the video, at least, all they said is that they're going to be living, all the 3 of these wolves are going to be living together alone in a 2,000-acre area squared off that they will not disclose the location of. That part, not disclosing the location, is fine. Do they, so their mother is a direwolf. Are they separated from their mother? I don't know. So let's say in a few months they get to this area, and to our knowledge, unless there's something that I don't know, oops, 1 second. And then to my knowledge, it's just the 3 of them. I don't know if there's going to be different animals in that 2,000-acre area or not. That 2,000-acre area does sound pretty nice, though. They're going to get 24/7 veterinarian care. They're going to have, like, special shelters for especially harsh weather, yada yada. Are they hunting? I mean, if you buy a dog from a breeder, is that also separated? I'm sure they might make a few more. That's definitely a little bit different. Because that dog, mainly from the breeders, at least from what I've seen, they're like with their litter. They did say they had places to hunt. Okay. And also a lot of the times they're not separating like from their mother at birth. There's like, anywho, that's besides my point. So their contact and like understanding of themselves, I think, is a little bit weird. And I'm kind of leaning into like Jurassic World Indominus Rex. Like, do they understand like kind of like what they are in a way? Like if they're with their mother, let's say, they're eventually going to find out that they're different than their mother. If they're not with their mother, who or what is teaching those animals how to hunt? Who or what is teaching those animals what to be scared of? And they're messing with genetics, which could alter different things unintentionally. That's the word. So that also runs into a little bit of like, oh, so there's a chance, according to, I don't think we should compare this with a Hollywood movie. It was a Hollywood movie based on a book that talks about not ethnicity, ethics. And that's a good question that they talk about in Jurassic World specifically. And I'm just going on that one line that Owen Grady said is she's killing everything because she doesn't even know what she is. She doesn't know where she fits in the food chain. And that is highly applicable. I'm not talking about building no theme parks. I'm not talking about yada yada. The book is not about entertainment. It's a cool story. It's for entertainment, yes. But it's a genuine question that Michael Crichton had that he wanted to express through book. Any hoodle-loodle. There's a chance, according to the bioethicist in the video that I watched, that Times Magazine posted, there is many genetic factors that they could be affecting that they don't know for 100%. There's a chance that they just made a super wolf that will kill anything and everything when it comes to hunting. Or there's a chance that that wolf does not even know how to hunt at all. So that wolf is just going to starve and die because it doesn't know what to do. It was never taught that they could have genetically modified that instinct onto them. They seemed fine in the video at least, but there's a chance like they don't know how to socialize properly. They're only ever going to see their sibling, or I guess quote unquote siblings. I don't know if they're all from the same mother or not. I know the two males I think are. The female I don't know. I don't think that's applicable. The wolves are with each other and know what they are. How do you know that? It's not a giant genetic monster. They messed with 20 drastic genomes or something, quote you. They seem to find in the video with socialism, I agree with that. But it is, I'm bringing up questions that were asked in Jurassic World that were specifically brought up by a bioethicist in the video. So it's absolutely applicable. And I'm going to apply it whether you guys like it or not. So yeah, there's like, you can't know the behavior. I mean, they're in like the time of their lives, at least to my knowledge, when it comes to dogs, where they're going through the most changes, you know, at all. They're going from puppy-like to, I guess, wolf-like, for lack of a better term. Though Jurassic World isn't a novel. It's one specific line from a movie that it reminded me of what the bioethicist said. Ignore I said anything about Jurassic World. Let's talk about what the bioethicist said. Which is basically the same thing. How do you know that? How is it any different from buying 2 dogs from a litter and having them as pets, socializing wise? I'm sure if Jurassic World is real. What? Okay. So, how do I dissect this so you can understand where I'm coming from? The dogs aren't genetically mutated. You know, you're not questioning on, oh, did I genetically modified some behavioralistic changes? The thing is, they're not dogs. They're quote unquote dire wolves. Do we know the behavior of dire wolves at all? Do we know how they're supposed to act? We have like a rough idea. You know, normally when it comes to you buying like 2 dogs from a litter and having them as pets, they have you to look up to as their owner, and they're able to understand that. These are 3 random dire wolves in essentially the wild with a little bit of human intervention. I'm sure if Jurassic World was real, the Indominus Rex wouldn't be that crazy. I mean, yeah. Also taking into consideration that these wolves aren't locked up in a tiny enclosure with no enrichment. They have caretakers. That doesn't really mean anything. When you buy a puppy from a litter, you're, or at least maybe like 1 or 2 other people, are like the key people taking care of it. They're seeing a bunch of random people in a veterinary clinic, I think is how you'd say that. That again, I'm not sure if they really understand. If they're going to keep doing that, they don't know the behavior of the animal. That wolf, they're going to try to take that wolf into a routine vet inspection. And there's a chance that people are dying. But these are not dire wolves. They're just gray wolves. Those genomes making them look like dire wolves. Their behavior is probably like a gray wolf. Sure. Do you know that? Do you know for a fact that they didn't, you know, that other things didn't get modified? Random to you, the dogs get to know them. I'm sure they aren't swapping everyone else all the time. Probably like a gray wolf. My bad if I misread it, but I understand what you mean. The dogs get to... I don't know. I'm sure it's not as much of the same people as you think. It's a corporation, to my understanding. It's a big company that has enough money to do that. I'm not sure how likely it is it's going to be the same people. And also that wolf, or quote unquote dire wolf, is associating what animal likes to go to the vet? Take a dire wolf into the vet? Unless they just like stop at like a certain point. You know what I mean? And again, with the behavior thing, according to someone who knows so much more than I do, someone who has a degree in bioethics, is also like very concerned. If that boy is concerned with how many years of research under his belt about this sort of thing, I'm gonna be a little bit concerned. They're on a private 2,000 acre area. The direwolves division of the company is not associated with the rest of the company. Now, taking a wolf to a vet is stupid. Okay. Hold on. What are you saying? Yes, I agree. They're on a 2,000 acre area. The direwolf division of the company likely is not associated with the rest of the company. I don't know. either way, that like that's a little iffy to me. Well, the thing is with the lion is that people have experience with lions, a bunch of different lions. They know lion behavior. They know how much it takes to trank a lion. They know how much anesthetics it takes to keep a lion out for, you know, whatever. They know that stuff appropriately because they have experience. How long have lions been in captivity for? Like, not to the point where the domestication, but like at least 100 years they've been in zoos with lions to handle that sort of thing. With numerous, by the way, numerous people dying to try to figure out all that stuff about lions. There is a plushie from PK. They announced it earlier this morning, I think. Okay, does it charge me to mess with this? It does. That sucks. Let's go with snow. I just think there's a lot of danger from something that we don't understand, period. It's not like an Indoraptor. Sure, it's another species, but I'm 99% sure that they could easily figure out what amount of strength they need to administer. Okay, now you're the one bringing up Jurassic World. Anywho, right. However, we don't know that animals... The thing is, with I guess iffy, humans are very, very accurate at figuring out that sort of stuff for humans because there's so much experience with it, and we know how our metabolisms and how our insides work. Right? It's another species. We don't know how its insides work compared to a normal wolf. The best thing you can do is guess. And that's like where like I'm kind of iffy about. Like the whole but I wish I could just turn off money for making this snow. You're comparing animals. I didn't say you were comparing animals to Jurassic World, but I said you were bringing it up. And no, I'm not. Why do you keep... All I said is like what Owen Grady said about the Indominus Rex. I'm not saying it's an Indoraptor. I'm not saying it's an Indominus Rex. I'm not saying it's Scorpius Rex. I'm not saying it's whatever the fuck the D-Rex is. I'm saying that is a genetically modified animal that we do not fully understand. And I am concerned about the dangers of that. That's where I'm coming from. I mean, it doesn't directly affect me, you know what I mean? I'm not, you know, I ain't fucking around with no direwolf. I don't think I'm allowed to. However, it's definitely a interesting... At least bringing back dinosaurs is going to be impossible because we do not need a freaking Carnodile or a Utahraptor on my front door looking for dinner. That's fair. I feel like the dangers are way more on the direwolf side than the person side. I mean, yeah, if they like get found, they get poached, absolutely. But like, again, there's still like an ethical question that we won't have the answer to for a long time. And I'm just bringing up points from the bioethicist in the video. Because I definitely don't know more than him. And he was low-key spitting. I don't know. How do I... Okay. How much does that cost me? Is it not charging me? It is charging me, okay. Oops. Did I get that money back? Listen delayed all the way. What is going on? I see this layout of this zoo and I really love it, but I don't know how to like import it. You know what I mean? And I don't want to do the weird thing where like you make a graph like evolution square. That's just very what's the word? Tedious and time consuming. If you want to know how a dire wolf would behave, look at coyotes, wolves, jackals, and foxes. Okay. I agree. If everything was perfect, it would probably behave like that. We don't know. There is a chance that after those wolves, you know, hit puberty, there's a chance that they're hyper aggressive per se. And that's like non-disputable. That is like a genuine possibility. Because if you mess with one gene, like then they messed with a lot of genes to my understanding, according to the video. You mess with one gene, according to, you know, that certified bioethicist in the video, you could be unintentionally messing with other genes. That like don't inherently seem related, but like, you know, they somehow are. So on that note, is its behavior predictable? Do they know that they did everything perfect 100%? I don't think they can now. Because they specifically mentioned, I remember seeing a follow-up video or sometime, they specifically mentioned seeing the wolves develop a sort of mane, which, and I quote, they were not expecting. And again, that's probably not like genetic mutation thing. That's probably more like, oh, you know, genetic, oh, dire wolves probably had that. Sure, okay. But like, that just proves you don't really know. They might be monitoring the dire wolves' behavior 24/7, because if they're not, then what is this company doing? For real. I hope they do. You ever see those videos of like the not eagle, but like, not video, the live streams of like the eagle nest or something? How are the... Hey man, I'm just reciting shit that people involved have said. But still, that, like, factually, there's just things that, like, we don't know yet. Factually, that is dangerous. Of kestrel nests? I don't know. It might have been kestrel, but I thought there was an eagle nest one. I remember one of, like, a beaver's dam. They should do that for the dire wolves. That should be cool. Be awesome. I feel like the dangers in behavior are just the same amount as any wild wolves. And eels have the upper hand. Eels? Elves? Have the upper hand since people worked with them since they were babies. I don't think the working with them since they were babies has much of an effect on things. we have the upper hand. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Yeah, I don't think that has much of an effect as one would expect. At least in my opinion, just because of how many times I've heard of, oh, well, you know, this animal I've been raising since it was a baby, so yada yada, and it, you know, kills them at some point in their lives. Dogs have killed their owners. That's about as predictable as an animal you can get. Now start messing with their genetics. Start messing with their traits. Try to turn the gray wolf into a different animal. What do you expect then? Start messing with chicken genetics, right? To try to turn it into a dinosaur. Okay. This basically happened, except they didn't hatch it. Is that creature gonna still be pecking for seeds, or is it gonna try to, you know, hunt things? How can you, the behavior cannot be predicted. You can get a rough idea, but you cannot, like, I mean, okay, let me read with this. It can be predicted, not with accuracy. I mean, you could say you already messed with genetics by domestication with dogs. That was selective breeding and genetic engineering are very different, I think. Actually, raising animals and printing on their owners have been socialized since birth. Wouldn't try to kill their owners. Actually, that has happened several times. That sounded kind of mean. I didn't mean that to sound mean. But that, like, has happened. With domesticated and undomesticated animals. Now, I'm not trying to make you scared of your pets at home. I'm just saying that stuff has happened. And especially with dogs, this can be so rare. Like, compared to how many people there are, it's crazy. And again, you could probably make that same argument. The one they did using recessive genes on the chicken, there wasn't any actual change in the genome. And that dino chicken could breed with a normal chicken. There was definitely changes to the genome. I don't know what you're talking about. They're changing the genes to make it look like that. So I don't know if it would be pecking seeds. Anyway, let me try to figure out how to... Gotta like tilt my phone to do this. It would be very rare. I used to have a dog when I was a kid. We never gave him food. Good care because we did zero research. Sorry. You never tried attacking us? Right, you're talking about a domesticated animal. Right. But like, there has been times, and if you really want, I can pull up research. There's been times where the dog is pretty good care. Killed their owner. There's some times where people have hatched, like a baby alligator. Like they were like the first thing the alligator saw. Killed their owner. Which again, alligators are way smarter than I think the average person gives them credit for. That direwolf was more gray wolf than the extinct thing. Yeah, I mean, that is definitely true. He activated a recessive gene. The gene was always there. That's gene manipulation. You're activating a recessive gene. The gene was always there, just not activated, kind of like two morphs of a lizard. They're still the same species. I don't know. That, in my brain, that is factually gene manipulation. And I still feel like it applies. Atrocity, what are you hawing at? What's the deal? Can I make this? Gene manipulation and adding new genes are different things. No, adding new genes is part of gene manipulation. You're manipulating genes. You're changing them. You're messing with the genes to change the outcome of the embryo. Or the outcome of this animal. I said we need direwolves and PK, and that'd be pretty cool. I won't lie. I will not argue with that. Space. We got like that much space. So what if I... But all I see in the direwolf is just a big nose. Huh? This kind of does like a... Adding new genes is different than manipulating already existing genes. Right, but they were also manipulating already existing genes. What I mean is if you're adding an existing... If you're activating an existing gene, it's still the same exact species. That's literally what Jack Horner said about his project. Okay. What do you think I'm arguing here? Yes or no? Okay, let me try to simplify this. Do you think a genetically modified animal with genes from a different animal... Do we call this paleo debate or genetic war? No idea. I'm not talking about the chicken. I'm talking about the chicken, not the wolf here. I know. So, a genetically modified animal. We agreed that it's genetically modified. We're not talking about the chicken no more. The dire wolf. They modified its genome by adding genes, taking things away as well. I think it's reasonable to say that the behavior of that animal... I see you, Trusty. I think it's reasonable to say that the behavior of that animal is unpredictable because it was genetically modified. And I think what backs that up is that people who specialize in genetics are concerned about its behavior. Ergo, I'm going to have that same opinion because I don't have a degree in genetics. I don't. All right, tell me what ChatGPT has to say about it. But I don't have a degree in genetics. They said that messing with genes can inherently affect other genes of that same animal, including behavior, because behavior is a genetic trait. To an extent. Some is... You get a nurture versus nature there, somewhat. But still, that behavior, I feel, is going to be unpredictable. You can... Not completely unpredictable, but unpredictable to an extent. Because we just simply don't know. The thing is, they did a similar thing with the woolly mouse. I've seen that, and showed no unexpected side effects, so it's reasonable to think that it's not going to be a chimpanzee bloodhound. I don't know who said anything about a chimpanzee bloodhound. Woolly mouse, I think, is a little bit different. It's inherently a very docile creature. And to my knowledge, they were only basically unpredictable behavior depends on them genes. Okay. Is that not what I'm saying? Anywho. Yeah, no, I didn't say anything. I didn't say for a fact there's going to be anything. I'm saying we just simply don't know. And to say with 100% certainty that is going to be anything when it grows up, i.e. continues to grow, is kind of insane. Calling this genetic war already. What if I go out and do... Okay. I mean, the genes, they did change with their genes different in direwolf. So anything quote unquote unexpected isn't a mistake, more of a direwolf trait. Okay. However, changing genes can unexpectedly change other genes. Changing one trait can trickle down and change a couple others. That's why I'm saying it's a little bit more unpredictable than not knowing the behavior of the actual animal. I'm saying it's a little bit more unpredictable because it's gene manipulation. You don't, we don't actually for real know. We can make educated guesses, which, we've, continued to be doing. But I think there's only so much we can really guess and grasp. All I want to see is Quetzalcoatlus. I don't care if it eats me. I'll die happy. I mean, I support it. I like Quetz. Oh, whoops, that's not how I wanted that to go. It's definitely a weird... What's the word? I mean, situation. I would never, damn, I would never have guessed that would be. Alrighty, good night. Good night, Gecko. I appreciate it. I'll try to have fun. Is it like that, or is that way? Am I grossly overestimating the size of everything on here? I might be grossly overestimating the size of everything. All I want to do is just copy this image of this layout into Prehistoric Kingdom. But I don't feel like graphing. So how does one do that? What if I just start with the outline and then fill everything in from there? What happens then? So yeah, no, I never ever would have been expecting to live at the same time. And that's a whole nother debate. Is it, do we call it a dire wolf? Do we call it a genetically modified gray wolf? Do we, what do we do with it? when does an animal, like, when does it technically become it? Because allegedly it has all the same genes. I underestimated the size of the dinos of prehistoric kingdom. Rex suddenly is huge in its enclosure, and Velociraptor has a paradise. It's crazy work. But no, I hope what this company does, quit with the extinct species. As cool as it is, you have this genetic power, right, to help critically endangered species, and you're choosing to make dire wolves. You have the ability to bring back keystone species of now imbalanced environments, and you choose to bring back dire wolves. Huh? You have this ability, right? With such gene modification, you can probably extend this shit to plants. Like, you can have, with how much deforestation, you can make plants, or like you can like genetically modify trees to grow faster, and like that like sort of thing, grow faster. You can genetically modify a tree to absorb more carbon dioxide. That's just crazy. You could do that. You can use genetic modification to combat freaking so many things. You know what I mean? The only good thing I think is that they bring back species that went extinct because of humans, invasive species, and habitat loss. Absolutely. Hell yeah, I support that. Like dodos. I think dodos is very fair to bring back from extinction. Because like they directly went extinct because of us. If humans never went to that island, except for like maybe natural disaster, yada, 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 but they would not be going out because of human intervention. You know what I mean? They'd be going out like for some other reason. Like it wouldn't make sense to bring back something like Megalodon or Titanoboa, even if we could, because they went out naturally. They went out with the natural flow of life and time, if that makes sense. So like, where was I going with that? Yeah, so like, you know, obviously with bringing back the dire wolves, there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it other than, hey, that's just kind of cool. I need to see the dodos I was seeing in passenger prison who were literally massacred. Yes. Those are all fair to bring back. And some of those, like some animals recently went extinct, and they're like keystone species. Gray wolves themselves are endangered. They're a keystone species. I wish I remember where I was going with that. Oh yeah. So yeah, it doesn't seem like there's any rhyme or reason. They're not introducing dire wolves anywhere. They're just kind of like potentially ruining that 2,000 acre ecosystem. There just doesn't seem to be like a whole lot of like, I guess, thought into it. I genuinely think, and I wish Gecko was still here so I could like say this, like, other than just this shit being cool, I genuinely think the goal / intention of it was to make money, and hopefully they use that newfound money for other like cooler things, you know what I mean? Now, is that grossly oversized? No, I think that might be fine. I don't know. I just feel like you could be doing a lot better with it. There could be, you know, more things. Like they said they plan to bring back the woolly mammoth. I genuinely do not believe the woolly mammoth would be able to survive now with the, like, at least where they lived. I heard something about, like, oh, resurrecting the woolly mammoth and putting it in Russia, like the Russian tundra. That was not their environment, and there's already an ecosystem there. That's kind of iffy. I think they're bringing back dire wolves and stuff so they can actually test to see how far the genetic power can go, so they can. I mean, yeah, that's fair, but then they're talking about bringing back. They're talking about doing it more. You know what I mean? Now they're talking about bringing back woolly mammoth, and they're talking about bringing back. They did say thylacine Dota, which that is fair for them to bring back. But like, what makes me think that that's not really that is because they plan on, like, doing more things with woolly mammoth and I quote more. But I hope I'm wrong. I hope they're, like, you know, an actual good company and they're not fucking, like, don't actually act like InGen. Because that would suck. And I know, like, oh, I'm comparing it to a Hollywood movie. What's happening in real life is aligning with that Hollywood movie, I guess. You know, it's, you know, crazy. We're like, using genetics to try an attempt to bring back an extinct species. That's kind of Jurassic Parky. And it's kind of difficult not to make some comparisons. Especially if I'm talking about the morality of a company. I think they're, I already read that, my bad. But again, yeah, I hope I'm wrong. Because that shit would kind of suck. Especially if they opened an amusement park, that would be the ultimate, hey. Let me click to open research. Oh, I don't have a research thingy. That'd be like, hey, what are you doing? I mean, would I like to see them? Absolutely. Is that, you know, here we go again. Is that ethical? Yeah, no, I'm totally on board with you when it comes to the woolly mammoth. I think bringing back mammoths is just going to add an invasive species or they'll die out. Yeah, absolutely. There's not a single part of that that's ethical unless I guess they, you know, put it in another enclosure like the direwolves again. And then again, what is the point? You know what I mean? What does anyone or anything possibly benefit? The woolly mammoths get brought back to live and die, or you're adding it into an environment that is potentially unsuited for and dies, or you're shredding an ecosystem. Because a woolly mammoth is not going to have a natural predator today. That's just as simple as that. Woolly mammoth is being attacked by, like, saber-toothed cats. When I'll say woolly mammoth, I feel like I should know this better. But that's the big one, I thought. Maybe direwolves? I don't remember if direwolves ate woolly mammoths or not. I guess in already having having elephants in enclosures is not good and unsuitable for elephants, so they should give them a very big acre. Direwolves didn't eat mammoths. I think the American lion did. Oh, okay. Because I'm pretty sure it was saber-toothed tigers, American lion. No. Well, Ice Age is not my specialty at all. If I'm gonna be so honest. I want to try to make this area like buildings. Like a series of kiosks. If I can do like maybe a couple of bigger ones to kind of like highlight the shape that I want it and then go from there. That'd be pretty neat. Because who knows, I might want to start actually building a park instead of all I'm doing, instead of just talking and you're looking at a frozen screen. Isn't the Paleozoic or Cenozoic? So I'm with you. Yeah. For me, it's like all Mesozoic. I blame like things like walking with dinosaurs for that, but here I am now. Be kicking it. So is this modern? Can I change this to be like woody? Oh. Here, hold on. Let's... Cute little clothing shop. Well, actually, I want it to look like one big building. Kiosk. This could definitely go like here. Excuse me. Okay. Can I change you to wood? Roof material? Okay. Guess we can do wooden planks. Can I change the brick? No. Whoa. Okay. Wall material? No, that's the floor on the inside. I want to add Hadrosaur DLC for them to add Maiasaura. That'd be really cool. I hope they don't. I hope what they do. Ugh. Yes, that's what I want. Give me vertical. I hope they don't fall into the Jurassic World evolution trap and they like... Why are you half brick? But yeah, I hope they don't fall into the Jurassic World evolution trap and they kind of like... just keep updating the game rather than... Let me open a research center. This is kind of absurd. Let's make a small enclosure over here so we can get like some income as we're doing this. And not just losing all of the money we have. That's actually, there's no A in that part of research. Fun fact for me. But again, I'm kind of like, I feel a little bit hypocritical talking about the direwolf. I will not lie, because I feel like I'd be so ecstatic if they tried to bring back, God, if they tried bringing back a dinosaur, you know what I mean? I feel like I'd be so ecstatic and happy. However, it's very incredibly hypocritical of me. Is this a research center? Can I do research? The fossil depot. Oh, Lord. Okay, hold on. Build a research station. Here we go. We'll put you over here. You're playing Maya on the Isle. Maya's one of my favorite dinosaurs. I need it. That's fair. I'm a big fan of Maya. Loki, I feel like it's kind of a what some would say a basal hadrosaur, at least in my opinion. What did I want to research? Like restaurant. I'll have them doing that. Let's do very simple enclosure. What is... your requirements when it comes to security? 2.5 meter. Okay. What we'll do a basic viewing center. Oops, that is not a viewing center. So I swear I've played this game before. Just ended a Sarah's life. Damn. Brutal. Let's see, let me look at the whoops, voting real quick. I think 50% yes, 25 no, 25 maybe. Or unsure. Any hoodle. I think low key, I'm just like not like I haven't fully, I guess, processed it, I guess is the word I'm looking for. And then like still unsure is like, do we call this a new species? Is it technically a species or is it just a genetically modified gray wolf? As in, is it able to reproduce and produce viable offspring? I low-key don't think we know. I don't think we can know that for a long time, if we will. You know what I mean? There's definitely some, like... It's interesting. See, I don't think Coelophysis needs a whole lot of space, so we're just gonna do something like this. The one born, like, the other day is female, yeah. They want what, desert? We'll give them a big old desert. Then we'll give them... Oh, I'm gonna have to hire staff and stuff? Okay. Oh, no, I know this is definitely oversized, but the reason I'm making it so oversized is because if I, like, want to swap out the Coelophysis and put them somewhere there, this is just, like, the temporary money-making area, if that makes sense. Well, especially because the Coelophysis are going to be babies, bro. You're going to be incy. So now let's go here. Let's go to our Paleopedia. Open landscaping. Is it gonna tell us how... They want some forest. How do I give them forest? They want coastal? Coastal and desert does not match up, let me tell you. Actually, tree removal. Let's get rid of all this, because it's gonna mess with their happiness. Okay, now let's get a path that connects this. Do I have to place the binoculars? There's two. Let me place a donation bin. Although actually, they're just $10 each, why not? All right, let's get. So we're gonna need more staff stuff. We're gonna need a. Is this our loading bay? Yep. We need a compost heap. I think we're gonna need a meat production place. Then we're gonna need a staff center. Actually, we're gonna need a. Ooh, we're losing money fast. We'll do a small one. Woo! So this might be a little bit more. Oh, and then we're gonna need a freaking produce one. Then where's our staff center? One of these bad boys. Oh, I have to unlock the staff center. Huh? There's 11,000 per. Have I not unlocked the ability to have males? Okay. I have to unlock the staff center? You're joking. 3 minutes. Okay, then what we'll do, I'll pause it again. We'll go into our basic goods. We'll get basic toilet. Basic souvenir stand. Basic food kiosk. Do they need anything else? No, I think those are the three, honestly. No cashier. Now there should be staff coming over. Okay, now these guys are all ready to release. Release 6 of these little buggers.
Coelophysis is without a doubt the most iconic dinosaur of the Triassic period. Just like how many Hollywood icons have left their handprints behind in concrete at the famous Chinese theatre, many fossilized footprints known as grelata have been attributed to Coelophysis. It must have been quite a celebrity back in the day.
Maidenzilla, what do you think about the direwolf? Oh, there's a little bit of temperate somewhere. That's fine, they're not too unhappy about it. How do you feel about bringing Paraceratherium back? Why would we bring back a Paraceratherium? Would it be awesome as fuck? Absolutely. Spoiler alert. Hell yeah. I love Paraceratherium. However, bring back Paraceratherium or like help like great white shark populations Those are endangered, I think. No stock. It'll be awesome, but will it be ethical? No. Oh, I do have a staff center. Auto hire to fill? Do I want to do that? Do I need all those guys? No. Hire labor. Well, there are 2 of everything. Okay, we got a little bit more cashiers than preferred. Staff on route. Staff on route. No stock. How do we go about getting stock? School is starting in 6 days. School has been started for me. Alright, we got the restaurant. What is a little bit more important right now? Energy, solar panels would be nice. Biology, accelerated growth, terrestrial nursery size 2. Staff and security. Have I watched Chaos Theory? I watched the first season. I've been meaning to watch the rest. After stream, I low-key might just watch Chaos Theory and play this game. I'm gonna be so honest. Geothermal plant? This is season 3? Yeah, I know. I'm excited though, because I really love the Atroci Raptors, and at least the first season. Oh, the incubation of males? Do we want to do that? I don't know what's like the most important thing. More themes? Do I want to do that? Do I want to get medium restroom? Do I want to get shopping center? What is priority number 1 right now? Am I making money? This quarter? I am making money. I should probably just let it play rather than keep pausing it when I'm doing stuff. I have that habit from playing in Sandbox just to pause all of the time. Basic restaurant is a huge ass building. Now Loki wish it was not so dark, but I can't change that, can I? Camera light? Oh, hell yeah. I can change that. Oh, well, doesn't matter. Starting daytime, anywho. Basic souvenir shop, that's already that one. What button is it? L? There we go. What's your main, or what do you play the most in the aisle? If you say Sarah, I'm unsubbing. No, dude. I don't like Sarah. You're in class right now, so the volume on the video is down all the way. Alrighty. Just giving me that watch time. I love it. I don't know if you're able to hear me or not. But the reason I don't like Sarah, because I don't know if it's fun or not. I just like have not been able to grow to a full adult as Sarah. I've continuously never been able to survive. So I low-key just don't know. So it's not Sarah, for better or for worse. I really like... I don't know if I have a main, because as a content creator, I'm playing as so many different things. To be so completely honest with you. Trying to think what's out right now. If I was to play, I think I'd go wait, I'm trying to think, what is the newest carnivore they added? It's been a while since they added a carnivore, right? Both main Mayas? No, I mean like... I feel like there was a newer carnivore that came out. I think I proud... Maybe like Dilo? Maybe? I don't know. I will be a Baryonyx main though, once that comes out. I will be all over Baryonyx. You don't even know. I know it'll be like 3 years before I see Baryonyx in game, but... Let a man dream. Or Monolophosaurus. I'm kind of excited for Monolophosaurus, I won't lie to you. The over Quetz, Para, Berry, Ostro, and Dinocyrus. Ooh. I'm not excited for most of the, what's the word? Most of the larger theropods, or larger creatures, just because of how incredibly long they will take to grow, and it just sounds like it will make me hate my life. You know what I mean? Are you extending the petting zoo you were doing last week? Maybe. I decided to start a new one. Just for funsies. I don't know if I ever will or not. Just because of how poorly it was running due to how much stuff was in that park. So I decided I'm going to try to work on and keyword finish the smaller park. I don't know how much I'll be streaming this park though. We'll see. Just on how well like Prehistoric Kingdom stuff does, I guess. If y'all keep wanting to see it, keep wanting to see it, keep wanting to see it, then I might just keep doing that, but till then, just playing it by ear. So do I have to make a prefab? Is that what's gonna have to happen? Let's go in here. Let's go in here. Let's mess some stuff up. for the sake of it. Then if I go and I move it, will I be able to get it to where I want it to be? Somewhat. Can I make the roof? No, that's what the roof is gonna have to be. So let's go. Let's try to. I'm gonna try to do something modular. I've never built something of the scale that I'm about to build, so be prepared. That is a wall. Give me roof. Are you this roof? Nope. Are you this roof? Yes. What if I want to do something diagonal? Am I able to do that? Guest welfare issue? They want another bathroom? I guess it's kind of only one stall. I kind of understand. Just a little bit though. I mean, if this kind of turns into less of a debate and more of a, hey, let's play Prehistoric Kingdom, I'm more than fine with that. Whoops. It's a fun game. Are you rotated up? Why are you like that? There we go. Yeah, anywho, back to this. Whoops. But yeah, but if people come in here want to talk about the direwolf, I'm more than willing to talk about the direwolf. I think... I don't know. I think it's just genuinely, like... It's questionable. There's a lot of questions that, you know, I want answers to that I probably won't ever get the answers to. It's just, you know, all crazy. What is happening? The direwolf is good and bad? Are you willing to expand on that a little bit more, or? I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but just for conversation's sake. Okay, is there really no way to do this diagonally? I'm gonna lose my mind. Because there's not a whole lot of this that are like straight, like, things, I guess. Because I want to work on this. Is there a rotating piece? Surely. Hold on. How'd that happen? Why is this now different? Because I'm editing this. Let's edit this specific prefab so the grid can be perfectly lined up. Why are you made of glass? Okay. Diagonal roof? Is that a thing? Not looking like it. So then it will connect. Then it will go. You also know what's good and bad. The dials help the scientists see how far. But it can also be used for profit. Yeah. Well, I was just, trying to see if there was any like new points I should hear about, or We went diagonal this way. Man, this grid system is almost upsetting. I want it to be able to go diagonal, but I don't want it to use the thingy. I'm trying to think of words right now, and it's just not happening. We'll extend it, what is it, 2? We'll extend the roof down 2. Let's make sure this lines up, actually. Yeah, I found the right size, but I think it just goes on for too long. Maybe not that. Oh, does it have a trim on there? I think that's it. I think it has a trim. Good way. There we go. There's that. Okay, I see what I can do. How does one do that? That's... There's got to be a piece for that. What do I feel about plushies coming to the game? Is it coming to the game, or am I going to be able to go out and buy a plushie? I think this is my little question. Because I would love to, like, have a physical plushie. Or it took me a minute to figure out what the heck I wanted to say. I am on the struggle bus right now. What is going on? They're not coming to the game as merchandise? Awesome. Okay. I mean, I support it. Like, who wouldn't, you know? That's another way to support the game, because I don't really want to subscribe to Patreon. Am I... Am I stupid? Was the roof hip what I'm supposed to do? What if I don't want to do the roof hip? Do I do that, then Control D, and then bring that out? No. Do I do this? Is that what I'm supposed to do? We have that over there. Now I gotta figure out how to flip to do diagonal roofs, because there has to be a way. Is this curve really necessary, or should I straighten it out? It should be... I think low-key I should straighten this out. Straighten that. Take this, go bop, 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 bop. And then here we go diagonally, or we do one more for good luck? And then we go diagonally? Okay, what if I want to partially use the grid? How do I do that? How do I use diagonal grid? Now, is that the angle? How do I angle this right? Or I just move that, actually, to make it conform to this angle. Shame we gotta do it the old-fashioned way. I'm gonna try to be as neat as I can with it. I don't know why I didn't start with this. Almost. Did I almost do this like perfectly? Did I do it perfectly? No, not quite perfect, but go back to using the grid. Or what if I go here, V? Actually, click this, Control D. Oops. Of whoops. If I do that, then something like that. Then I rotate it. Is this... There we go. That's something. Right? That means something. So now, is it going to be annoying and will it not automatically snap to this? Yup. Tootin' right. Why is he doing that? Oh, because I keep doing this. Alright, we'll go around this. Will I be broke by the end of this? Maybe. If only it would snap. It's so... Honestly, it's so frustrating, but... We power through. Then we just take this, and then we take this funny little green line. We make sure it's lined up properly. Actually, it looks like we gotta bring it that way a little bit. Ooh, that's not what I wanted to do. No, I think it might be kind of angled weird. I might have to mess with this green line a little bit. Maybe I bring it forward. Damn it. Up a little bit. Down a little bit. Forward. This is peak gameplay. It's gonna be, that's on the other side anywho. Oh, great. That's not, why can I not click it no more? Huh? What? You're there. I see you. There we go. How do I control, how do I duplicate you? Control D? Why are you not duplicating? I don't understand you. I go back here with this funky green line and I gotta... Okay, awesome green line. You got this. And for whatever reason, you're not even lining up, I guess? Damn, I am on the struggle bus right now. Favorite dinosaur family? That's a great question. Part of me wants to say Abelosaurids. The Belosaurids are always awesome. A lot of me wants to say Spinosaurids. I like the goofballs of the dinosaur group. Can't lie. Let's see, I'm a sucker for... Pachycephalosaurs are continuously amazing. I don't know, that's a really difficult question. So that just means it's a really good one. So now what if I take all this duplicate it. Throw it. I see the issue. What if I take... Whoops, let's try to fix this. Hadrosaurus sauropods. Theriophora? Is that Therizinosaurs? Oh, look, you don't know. I think this part just kind of has to collide. Maybe I did something kind of wrong there. Oh, Lord, okay. Oh. I didn't know that was such a broad... I guess it makes sense. I was gonna say something to the matter of like, oh, I didn't know they were included together in such a large group, but, you know, it kind of just makes sense a little bit. They all did come from the same creature, to my understanding. I mean, that's a really good answer, though. I'm a big Genki and Stego guy. I can't deny. There we go. One long-ass roof for what's gonna be one long-ass building. Hopefully. What? They don't have one for this angle? Why do they only want me to build in perfect squares? Let me do diagonal. Why are you making doing diagonal so difficult, video game? What do I do about that? There's just like a flat triangle shape I can shove in there. Not really. I mean, it'll be hidden anyway. It's just so bothersome. I guess we can do something kind of weird like that. It'll be hidden. It's on the other side of the public eye. It's just you know what I mean? Kind of just icky. They're together, but I like both Stegosaurs and Ankylosaurs as both of them. Yeah. Sorry if I was late on saying that. Or late on responding. Yeah, so from this side, it's absolutely perfect and beautiful. So then I guess let's actually go to let's do some research. We're back at 100,000, so that's definitely something. How is your guys' overcrowding doing? You're hungry? You have food. Why are you so sad? Why are you so upset? Are you all like this? You're also like this. Enrichment? I thought they haven't added enrichment yet. I'll place a blood pumpkin. Or do they want... I think they want termite mounds, actually. We'll do a couple termite mounds, just because I feel like that'd be really nice. We'll do 3 of them, actually. I love the termite mounds in this game. Let's call staff, I guess. I didn't know these had to be refilled. Looking makes sense. What's the 3 issues? Bathroom? Bathroom level is low again? Did they do another bathroom? Am I confused? They're eating this park up, guys, actually. They're loving it. Anywho. Let's do some research. Isn't there a large restroom? We'll do of the medium one, I guess. Team Bravo? How do I get more teams? Do I have to research more teams? Oh, the star ratings. You love Iggy and Path? I love Iggy in this game. And Prehistoric Kingdom. That's what I love. If I can actually place this, like... I feel like this is a good spot. Because of how strong it is. That's fair. I've never actually played Iggy and Pot, if I'm gonna be so honest with you. Let's go in here. Let's... We got a lot of deleting to do. If I want to make it blend in and look like it's part of the building. just a little bit weird. Okay, hold on. I have to undo this, because why is this setting on? Banana milkshake backwards. Ham sandwich. Have you heard about the direwolf thing? What's happening? Don't flatten terrain. Heard about it? Yeah? What do you think? This most likely will impact my life, as it will probably lead to Tasmanian tigers coming back. There's talks about it in the club. Okay, you need to go. There we go. I don't know if it's good or not. I think it causes a little bit more harm than good. It's cool, but there's a lot of like weird ethics when it comes to it. At least for me. Just because like my whole main argument has been like, hey, like socially why, like, you know, you change so much of its genetic makeup and yada 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 to the point where it's basically a new species. Well, that's a little bit iffy. It's up to you on whether I call it a new species or whatever. And like, so that comes with like incredibly like unexpected behaviors, like no matter what you can do. It might, and I got kind of flamed for using this example, but I'm gonna use it again. And I have a good reason to use this example, but the Indominus Rex in Jurassic World, again, that's a movie monster, yada yada yada, and it's a kind of extreme example, but it still gets my point out. It got hyper aggressive because it didn't understand really what it was or where it fit in the food chain that's being put in an environment that has not existed forever. That kind of applies with the direwolf. We don't know what its behavior will turn, but it's being put into an environment that has never existed. It doesn't really have a whole sense of self because it doesn't have a mother of its own species. You know what I mean? It doesn't, like, its mother is a gray wolf, which is questionable on whether they have regular contact with their mother or not. It's just a whole can of worms. And a genetic ethicist, a person who studies the ethics of messing with genetics, is basically said the same thing I did, if I'm going to be so honest. Basically, there's a chance that you're making essentially a super wolf that, you know, you mess with the genetic makeup of, and now it's going to be a little bit wonky. Whoops, there we go. Why are you weirdly colored? Whoa. What was I saying? Well, it's a good comparison because I think it applies well. It's literally the same situation. It's still flawed, but you have two genetically modified organisms that don't have a parent of their own species, are being put into an environment that they don't know or understand. You can't, like, that behavior is like so unpredictable. And I'm using Jurassic World because there's no other better comparison that people know. If we raise it around a gray wolf, it's just going to be a large gray wolf, but we don't raise it around. That's fair. They have not disclosed on whether it's being raised by a gray wolf or not. What they said they're going to do is that they're going to put these three quote-unquote dire wolves into a 2,000-acre plot. And do what then? I don't know. And then, what's like also kind of gets a little bit interesting there is that, is it being raised by a mother? Is it not? I mean, I'd hope they would be. I'd kind of assume that they would, but we don't actually know. It might not know how to hunt at all. It might not know what's dangerous. And the reason, Quetzalcoatlus lover, I bring up the Indominus Rex killing for sport is because the guy in Times that was interviewed by Times magazine said that messing with genetics can change their behaviors, and there's a chance that, for an example, it could be hyper aggressive, or there's a chance, which that keyword hyper aggressive, that's exactly what the Indominus Rex was, hyper aggressive, which is the chance because messing with genetics could lead to, factually, can lead to you altering things that you don't inherently mean to alter. So that can cause, and I'm quoting the guy from the video we watched in the beginning of the stream, hyper-aggressiveness, blah. And then, this is not quoting, but it could also be extremely docile. It could be too scared to hunt of anything, to hunt anything. There's a chance that those, because it's 2 males and 1 female. There's a good chance, I think, just by wolves, that those males are going to kill each other. Indo was never socialized. It was socialized. It had a sibling. And it killed its sibling because it's hyper aggressive because they were fucking with its genomes. You can't assume that every single trait it has is going to be purely direwolf. You're fucking with like random genomes that can potentially be linked to traits. It's going to turn to Alabama in that pen. I think they're all eventually, yeah. There's going to be some genetic bottlenecking. But I'm not saying that it will or won't be hyper aggressive or docile. There is that chance though. It's a lot of what's the word? There's a lot that we don't know, I guess. Yeah, we want vertical wood. That green accent's real nice. Why is there just a random... There we go. Now. Damn, we gotta go around with that one edge thing. And again, you know what? I said that it's not a good comparison. But what I'm comparing, I'm not saying, oh, direwolf, that's Indominus Rex right there. No, I'm comparing a very specific thing about the Indominus Rex. And the thing that I'm comparing about it specifically applies to the direwolf. That tiny little thing. I'm not saying it's going to break out of its thing and go and kill everything. But there is a good chance that those 3 direwolves are going to ruin that ecosystem, that 2,000 acre ecosystem they're being put in. They have like no, like they are a keystone species and they're being put into an environment that most likely already has a keystone species. And these things are going to be massive. They're going to be eating a lot of food in a day. Whoop, that is not the right thing. You mean one of these bad boys. Here we go. But yeah, ham sandwich or Griffith, you're right. It is going to be kind of, what the world? I guess weird in that pen if they do start to breed. Because I don't know if, like off the top of my head, if they're all, I know the 2 males are siblings. I don't know about the female. Their prey will be too weak. They won't become nearly as strong as they were when they used to exist. They'll have to spend more energy to get the same amount of food because they have to on multiple different animals. Right. But like, no matter what, they're not gonna become like so weak to the point where they're not gonna be a problem. They're definitely going to devastate that ecosystem. Like for example, in Michigan, like one species can fuck up a whole ecosystem, and I live in a place where, yeah, I think I know what you mean. They'll not be as strong, like the prime direwolf that, or quote unquote direwolf that we have, that we're going to have, will not be as strong as the prime previous direwolf, like the prehistoric direwolf. So I think that's what you're saying. But they'd still absolutely devastate that 2,000 acre ecosystem, thinking about it, because I live in a place where the introduction of one species that is non-native has absolutely ruined the ecosystems of the Great Lakes. Wolves don't really kill each other. Wolves are family led by the parents and children who haven't left to find a mate. It'd be very, very unlikely of the males kill each other. Okay. Sure, I don't know a whole lot about wolves. I know enough. So I'll accept that. That ecosystem is still most likely fucked. Did foxes completely ruin multiple ecosystems across the world? I heard about that. I didn't decide to go look it up or anything. The Indom was a canny. She wasn't really socialized. If you have to call that socializing, then what have you done to your siblings? They definitely socialized. What? She didn't like eat the baby immediately. That was definitely a later thing. And I think that's why there's scars on the Jurassic World model of Indominus Rex, like the blender model they used, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I know she ate her sibling, but it was not like a baby thing. It was definitely later in life. So like they definitely had the chance to socialize. And what it probably was, assuming just on the behavior of Indominus Rex in the movie, was that the Indominus Rex we know wanted to be the pack leader and yada yada. The other one resisted, got killed in Aiden. I'm assuming. Did I do this already? I think I did, because I went over here and I did this. Okay, so I want to keep that. I don't know, I like this. But yeah, not everything. There's only like one small like thing is applicable to Indominus Rex. And again, I agree it's kind of an extreme example, but is anyone else to think of like... She was definitely about an adolescent or a juvie when she ate her sibling like it's a normal day. Well, yeah. Like, it was later in life, not like she was full-grown adult. Definitely juvenile. But I'm saying that there was still definitely a chance to, you know, she was definitely socialized. And we know she was socialized because she was able to communicate with the velociraptors. I thought I had my phone off. Is the game making noise? It's funny. I did. Research completed. Medium restroom. Hell yeah. Medium restroom. Let's get shopping center. I don't know what other buildings to like fit in here, but I'll figure it out. But I don't think like the direwolves are now like fully grown. They're 6 months. They're still juveniles. And I agreed with you when I said that, when you're saying that they might not kill each other. My whole argument is, and it's really hard to debate, is that their behavior is relatively concerning because it's not completely predictable. I say we just don't fuck around with stuff that are dead. I mean, that's fair. I got a ham sandwich, Griffith. Where my little beef comes from with this company, it was Colossal Biogenetics, something like that. Is that they did the direwolf thing. Now they're talking about bringing back mammoth. Right? That's cool and all. You have this genetic power, and you're not helping endangered species. Yes, they're 6 months. You didn't know that? They're 6 months. They're not full grown at all. They're maybe... Well, actually, another thing, we don't know how long it takes for a direwolf to reach adulthood. All we have is estimates from fossils. You know what I mean? Fossils, you can get a rough estimate of size, but they very well could be bigger or smaller than expected. I'd say probably like a year and a half. Then they're full grown, but I don't really know. I'm just throwing numbers out there. But yeah, that's another thing. We don't really know how... I'd much rather know how a species... I'd much rather know a species is aggressive than have it be unpredictable. I mean, yeah, that's fair. I just think there's like a lot... How do I word this? There's a lot we don't know. And the morality of it is kind of weird. because like the morality of it, at least in my opinion, is kind of undetermined because we haven't seen like these species like live, I guess, if that makes sense. But like I'd say it's definitely immoral if these species turn out and they're hyper aggressive and they don't really socialize, and in theory they should be, and they're not like actually happy, then I'm like, yeah, that's probably not, probably in hindsight wasn't the best idea. But right now I guess we just don't know. And then will we know? I think probably not. But yeah, my cat jumped on my bed and now preparing for sleep. I don't know how to get out of bed now without disturbing him. Oh, you're stuck there, bud. But yeah, I think I'm just trying to argue that... So normal wolves are huge, why can't you be happy with that? Oh my god, what I was saying, Ham Sandwich, Griffith, is that they have this power to bring back... not technically a dire wolf, but kind of a dire wolf, right? They're able to do that like incredible gene manipulation, right? Awesome. How about you critically endangered species? Some whales? Or some species of sharks? Some species of lizards are endangered. What else? A lot of shit in Australia, I think. Anywho. So, like, you could be, like, going out helping those species and bringing balance back to imbalanced ecosystems because of human intervention. But no, you're bringing back a dire wolf. Why? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, I low-key think that this is, like, kind of, like, highly speculative. And kind of a stretch, but hear me out. They brought back the dire wolf for actually no reason. There is the theory from Quetzalcoatlus Lover that it's to see how far they can go, and then they'll start doing good stuff. But at what we can see right now is that they brought back the dire wolf. Now they're having it in a big area, and they're just going to let it sit and roam and probably like release pictures here and there on an Instagram page. To me, what that seems like is that they're trying to attract the attention of investors. And then the investors, oh, they're going to see this baby cute little dire wolf howl, whatever the fuck they do, and then they're going to go invest. Right? And then they make more money. And then, now they're talking about bringing back the mammoth. They did mention a couple of other things, like the dodo and the thylacine, but their big thing was the mammoth. And they're already fucking around with that by the woolly mouse thing. They're already messing around with it. So, what's that going to do? Oh, they brought back the woolly mammoth. I'm going to invest in this company. But they have the power to save critically endangered species. They have this incredible genetic power. You know how much deforestation is happening right now? It's crazy. You can genetically modify a tree to grow back faster. Right? You can genetically modify a tree to intake more carbon dioxide. If you do that, you just used genetic power to fight global warming. But you bring back the dire wolf. You bring back the woolly mammoth. I understand bringing back things like the dodo and thylacine because they went extinct because of human intervention. They most likely would not have gone extinct the way that they did if it wasn't for us. So that part I understand, low-key. But like the dire wolf, I don't really see the practical use for it. Mammoth, there's no reason. Because there, in my brain, there's no possible way it is morally okay to bring back a woolly mammoth. You're either going to lock it in a cage, and if it's like elephants, elephants are smart as fuck. So you're either going to lock it in a cage. Well, not in a cage. It'll probably be a big open area, yada yada. But still, you're going to lock it in a cage, and it's going to be in an environment that it's not used to. There's a chance that the cage is too small because it's a fucking woolly mammoth. There was talks about putting it in the Russian tundra. That's straight up an invasive species. Mankind creating an invasive species. That's fucked. There's no reason. I would love to see a woolly mammoth, don't get me wrong. But if I take a step back and look at the bigger picture, there's so much, like, wrong with it. They're working on preventing 50% of the species on Earth from going extinct in 2050, yada yada. Yeah, they didn't talk about the steps they're going to take to try to do that. They just said they wanted to prevent it. And that's just probably more like stock investor talk. I hate to say it, but I cannot be the only one who thinks that. Just wait till they make it a zoo? And you know what? I'd feel so bad if they made it a zoo, because I would want to go. Don't get me wrong. I would definitely want to go, and I'd be giving them money and yada yada. But I don't think I could resist that. That'd be amazing. So I hope they don't make it a zoo, so I don't, want to go. And especially if it does end up being like a quote-unquote, like, stock investor ploy thing. Because then I'd be contributing to that. And I'd feel bad. Whoops, I did not want to do that. Putting in Russia would make it invasive or it'll die out because they're gonna genetically modify the elephant to have their woolly rats. And they live in Asia, right? Yeah. So they're not ever going to be happy in that environment. It's just actually messed up to do that. There's not a single redeeming thing about doing such a thing. Here. Whoops. Let me research more themes. I feel a little bit limited on the things I can make. Siberia is in Asia. Okay, but where specific? Asian elephants are like tropical. Am I wrong? Are they not in like a more like closer to the equator? Am I tripping or am I preaching? They are tropical. I was saying they're still in Asia, so you said it was correct. Hitting them with the actually. Sorry, kind of not sorry though. I'm a little bit sorry. Actually, I think that this part should be concrete. I scroll down. There should be that big wood panel thing. Yeah. Let's fix that roof. Yeah, so I think... I keep saying I think, but I'm doing a whole lot of thinking, so... Y'all gotta bear with me. Again, it's a lot to process. There's a chance I'll have a different opinion in a few days. I'll be so real with you. You never know. It's definitely an interesting debate topic, and I'm, you know... Anyone that lives in a tropical climate suddenly has hair and you put them in an environment they never lived in would be unadaptable for the elephants. Yeah, I guess there's the argument like, oh, wait, whoops. Given the woolly mammoth genes will be fine, but I'd imagine it kind of put the animal in like almost of a state of shock, you know what I mean? I would have really like... Why are you not working? Oh, because you need one of these. It's a daisy. Yeah, but like I'd imagine it kind of put the animal in like almost like a state of shock. That's a lot for an animal just to suddenly go through. So somewhere there should be a roof thing that'll let me... Let me do the things that I wanna do. Does it find a way to make it live in such an area? Yeah, but in order to like find a way to make it live in such an area, you gotta do testing. You gotta test that. This is gonna look so ugly. I don't know how to make it go from slightly hairy, smallish elephant to living in a... Oh, living in a very traveling to a hairy, huge elephant living in the Rocky Plains. It goes in the negatives almost every day. Yeah, I just cannot picture that being okay. And spoiler alert, I'm not thinking it is okay at all. Can I, like... like that? Will that fix all the problems I'm having? They bring the Neanderthals. That'd be a special kind of fucked up, I think. How do I fix this? This is... This part right here is muggly. You know what? That is fixed enough. because I'm gonna do a little bit of editing. Yeah, okay, wait. When we used to fuck Neanderthals, there was a lot of interspecies stuff, to my knowledge. Unfortunately. My cat decided it'd be best to climb over me and claw me and sleep on me. Sounds like a typical cat to me. Okay. That still looks bad. However, I'm gonna do something to distract the fact it looks bad. I'm gonna take somewhere there's a fence thingy. I'm gonna place that. And then fill it in with forest and stuff. Somewhere there's like a fence. It's not that, it's not that. That should be here. You don't say that shit ever again. Beams? Maybe some wall pieces? No. Are they in beams? Oh, do they need in there? Let's place that back. Just because they need in there. And then... let's have to do this again. You don't want to know. That kind of bothers me a little bit. Wee ball. Like so. There we go. I'm gonna delete this and then this. Can't believe like this is like a real topic I'd be like talking about. Like I just thought like, oh well, it'll never happen. So, you know, I never ever like talked about it or thought about it, but now it's a real thing like to talk about it. I never ever like stopped and thought like, oh, is it okay that like this sort of thing is happening? No, I didn't think about that. That's way too dense. Like, it's actually like certified craziness. There we go. Love a little bit of greenery. Are you... Now will I be able to place it like right next to you? No, I think I have to manually place it. It's a little annoying. And a little bit of that for splash of color. No, I'm not doing the splash of color. Alright, fine. I'll go in, I'll place things. Let's get a little rock in there. There we go. Now you'll never know that that roof right there is fucked all the way up. Anyway, I feel like this concrete is so bright. Can I dim it down a little bit? Okay. Oh, we got two sides of it done. So now it should be kind of easy to kind of fill it in through the middle. We'll get... guess rustic? I don't know. Hmm. Gotta move my cat. No! How could you? Okay. So now I think I gotta go in here. We gotta edit this. Let's just go and mark. Edit. I'll bring this. I'll use the grid. Oh, why did I decide that I should use the grid? Worst mistake of my life. Oh, there's a new animal pack trailer for Planet Zoo? Okay, that looks like it's about the middle. Alright, gone completely silent for a second. Oh, I horribly missed right there. Okay, sweet. I wonder if I still have Planet Zoo. Welcome back. What new animals were there? Or will there be, rather? Unless it already came out. Kind of disappointing. Ocelot's cool. Coyote, American flamingo, and a new monkey. Coyote is interesting. That's kind of sucky. It was so disappointing then. Is that where you should be going? Can I like take all this? Oh, it's weird how only some of it's part of it. Okay. Okay, it's fine. I'll make it work. Oh, no. Kind of disappointing. Don't like how they give us the flamingo. Probably just see many missions as one in games and the RIA. I low-key don't know what a RIA is. And by the way, that was not meant to be... I'm sorry if that came off mean. That's what I was trying to say. We know it's not technically the real thing. But there's still, like, some great concern with such, you know, modifications. In my opinion. There's something like this would be neat. Nope, not happening. Okay. Oh. Did I place that too far? No, I didn't. Mwahaha. Uh-oh. I placed those wrong, though. That's a little weird looking. Plus, I can just take those and push it back a little bit. That'd be neat. See if I'm able to. In just 1 second. Bam. Do I just try to go all around now, or should I try to fix this? I'm just gonna try to fix this. I'll eat my candy with the pork and beans. Excuse my manners if I make a scene. I ain't gonna wear the clothes that you like. Finally dandy with the me inside. Look in the mirror and I'm ticked off. I don't give a hoot about what you think. Just make this bad boy straight up. Is that straight up? Look straight up. There we go, that's something. Can we, like, make this a little bit more interesting if I do... something crazy, possibly cool like this. Ooh, that is a little bit more visually interesting. My, is it snowing? There we go. This is looking real pretty. Ugh. You need to be fixed. Bring you this way a little bit. I can see a little bit of the seam here as it's upsetting me, so I'm going to try to fix it. Gubernatorial. What do you think? I'll kill or run away first. You'll kill. Why is there still... Is there like a gap in between... There you go, that was the issue. If I look real hard, I can kind of see those gaps. Fix that a little bit. That... This is becoming pretty cool. It's getting to the pretty cool mark. We need a restroom. Is it called bathroom? Oh, there's a prefab for us somewhere. Oh, they call it toilet. I don't know if I'm vibing with that one. I don't know if I'm vibing with that one either. Hmm. What do I do with this wall here? Or just take this, Control D. And what, take this. Why are you different colors? Actually, that deeply upsets me. Are you actually different colors, or is it the light being weird? There we go. I mean, one building in the middle there. Now look, you don't want it to be a restroom. I feel like drawing, but I don't have the motivation. I feel that. I used to draw a lot. I don't think I really lost the motivation. I just got a different creative outlet, if you would. Well, actually, I know what I want to do. She's a wonder, she's a track star. I feel like that's from a song. No idea. That is from a song? Okay. I had a little toilet prefab that I liked. Where'd it go? And put it over there. Hey, welcome, Boss Squid. What do you have to add to the discussion? Okay, I agree with you. My personal opinion is that the direwolf does not help any ecosystems or environment at all. You have a song I might like? I assume you mean song and not sing. What are you so sad about? You have your enrichment. Do you need both enrichment to be happy? Oh, drowned by O'Karen in Danger Nose. Yeah, I don't know about the dire wolf, but if it fits the environment it used to live in, the environment needs it, sure. They're okay. So I don't know if you know this about the dire wolf, but they're not what they're doing is in an undisclosed. They're sealing it off in a 2,000 acre plot in an undisclosed location. That's what they're doing. So they're not, you know, doing a whole lot with it, I guess. Yeah, I think if it's an animal that went extinct because of human cause, and you know, it was a keystone species for said environment, yes, there should be effort to bring it back. Other than that, I can't really see a reason to, you know, justify it. How big is 1 acre? Um, 43,000 square feet. So 43,560 square feet. So times that by 2,000 is the area they're giving them. So that's a pretty big area. I don't know how they're gonna monitor it at all. There are a lot of ecosystems that could use these animals, but why not help nearly extinct animals like white rhinos? They should focus on keeping what's left alive too. Man, if you were here just a little bit earlier when I was complaining about that, oof. But yeah, I'm in the exact same boat. And for me, at least, it's a little hypocritical because if they brought back a dinosaur, I'd fucking eat that shit up. Or actually, I don't know. They didn't bring back a dinosaur. It's just I don't know. Just like the why. 80 million square feet. 80 million squared feet into squared miles.
80 million square feet is 2.87 square miles.
2.87 squared miles into squared kilometers.
That would be 7.43 square kilometers.
So 2.87 miles? That's not as squared miles. That's not as big as an area as I thought 80 million square feet was. I'm gonna break in and eat the direwolves. Yeah, you're the reason why they're keeping them fuckers locked up in an undisclosed location. 40. No, I said it's 2.87 squared miles, 4 point some kilometers, or 7 point some squared kilometers. So 2.87 miles, at least in my brain, is not that large. Because, I mean, if you think about it this way, the island of Manhattan is like 11 squared miles. Where is Omni-Man? That's a phenomenal question, by the way. What am I working on? I'm working on a new little park that's going to be a much smaller scale, just because every single time I try to build a park, I always make it way too large and it starts to run poorly and I can't finish it because I can't stand the way that the game is running. So I'm trying to essentially not do that. Got food. Gift shop. There's a farm near me. The size of that, is that a good thing or bad thing? Idea conservation reserve park. That'd be cool. Maybe after this. I found a zoo layout and I really liked the layout of it. So I'm just kind of following it low-key. But I'm trying to find a building to put there that looks nice. I guess this one kind of looks nice. Well, considering it's far from the biggest farm in Australia, let alone they could have made it much larger. So yeah, I'm taking that as a bad thing. Would it be wrong to do that? And then put walls on both sides? Or should I push it back? I can push it back and pretend like they're entrances to the same building, or as an exit and entrance, like they're make it look like they're connected, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. Gosh dang. You do an arc and make a bunch of prehistoric creatures and put them all in like Tasmania or something. I mean, I'd be fine with that. Like, if they take extreme precautions, have extremely good reason to bring the species back. Yes, with most reasons being the ecosystems galore and all that. Problem is, not everybody wants to do that or cares. Yeah, unfortunately. Especially, not to make this political, but we have a, at least if you're in the United States, we have a horrible president when it comes to anything nature related right now. I wonder if that person's gonna move their, little thingy. Oh, look, you can't remember what the heck they're called. They move their little thingamathing. So now, let's go and... What did I just do? There we go. Well, I mean, like, I meant, like, not to, like, make the stream political, but, you know, because we're talking about people not caring about the environment. We can't let it be Jurassic Park where people only do it for the awe and wonder and money. We gotta keep it purely ethical and conservational and all that. Hopefully no corporation gets their noses in. Your room is freezing cold? I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, I understand what you mean. Build a snowman, bro. Oh, that's not gonna line up the way that I wanted to line up. What if I just do just a sneaky little fence? Because corporations could very well make extinct animal zoos if they're able to do the same thing. Colossal. Yeah. No, you're right. They definitely could, and they unfortunately definitely might. Here, let's fix this. Let's give it a little bit more room. Really gonna make me go in there and place plants individually? Don't you know that's like the worst thing ever? Can't stand placing plants individually. Where's those big bushes? There we go. The whole debate about this really makes me think about how... Whoa, makes me think more about how we have now and how we need to make sure nothing else goes extinct instead of trying to bring back what already died. Yeah, the past is in the past, people. But no, on a serious note, yeah. It's very... I guess for lack of a better term, it's very sobering, is how I'd put it. Like, it kind of just like clicks in your brain like, oh. You know, realistically, I don't know how many plants would survive in there, but we're throwing them in there anyways. Placing them in there, I guess. I gotta scroll all the way down to temperate. That's pretty nice. I'm gonna manicure my nice foot nails. Thought it was a pedicure. So I can show... Oh, okay, I got you. Basically what I think is for preserving ecosystems, yes. Yeah, no, that's fair. However, I think my issue with that is, like, it's kind of like... I don't know, the whole, like... The genetic modification is still, like, kind of... I don't want to say, like, not understood yet, but it's... Like, look, we're still making discoveries, you know what I mean? Like, it's understood, but there's so much to learn. Here, can I actually lower you? You seem like you need to be lowered. Yeah. And... like, because of, like, where we're at now when it comes to genetic modification, like, it gets, like, a little bit concerning, or what's the word? A lot of questions get brought up, and I guess my thing, I guess, is still, like, behavior. And, like, how that animal, like, you know, works. Because, like, there's a chance that we accidentally develop, for example, we mess with a couple traits and accidentally affects that animal's metabolism, so it has a really fast and high metabolism. Mammals cannot control their metabolisms unlike reptiles, or I think birds might be able to do it, and some other species of animals, right? So you actually create an animal that's always hungry because it's burning so much that it's eating, you know what I mean? Like, just like little things like that, and then you have like, oh, normally it'd be fine, but you know, made an animal that's always hungry. Ooh, what kind of effect is that going to have on the environment? Not a great one. Because it's just like one, you know, simple mistake. Or like, hey, you know, it wasn't on purpose, you're messing with other things, and you didn't know messing with other things would mess with that thing, if that makes sense. I think more on what I said, I think our first try to fix our problems, though. Other options, and that unextinct these animals. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's so fair. Extinct species could potentially outcompete existing species that took that role. Exactly, and welcome, Maidenzilla. You haven't been talking for a hot minute. But yeah, there's definitely a lot to, I guess, dissect, for lack of a better term. I want a little bit of taller trees. That seems a little uneven. Can I get away with a pine tree? It's not really fitting. Yeah, no, they, like, you're done with your classes? Awesome. But yeah, I feel like they definitely could do things that... How do I word this? They could be doing other things that definitely have more of a better effect on everything that's going on. Like, for example, my favorite right now is like, oh, make a tree that can, you know, that absorbs way more carbon dioxide. Damn, you're combating global warming. Hell yeah. What are all the ecosystems that actually need an species except for the mammoth steppe or something? The what's out of balance? You got things like, I guess not anymore, but ecosystem that have the dodos is kind of in shambles. If I'm gonna be honest. I think the area the narwhals are in had to be a very secure area. It's probably in the middle of nowhere. Like I guarantee you it's gone. This part's gonna go out further. Maybe like there. Could New Zealand do well with removing all the cats and dogs and replacing them with like has equals and moas? Oh, maybe. Maybe that definitely makes it feel like it should be way further. Do a slight. Like over here. Cause no. What game am I thinking for my birthday? I don't know. Man, I just work here, man. Oh. Like over here. Or let's do this. Did it decrease in size or something? I have not seen it yet. Don't spoil it for me. I'll die. Like on the spot, I'll die. You don't even understand. Oops. That definitely should be like this. My Steve, chicken jockey. You yearn for the mines? I think everyone's trying to kill me in here, actually. That's what I think is going on. I was using this. No? Was I using this? No, I think I was in grassland using this. Yeah, okay. This does like a... Don't worry, guys. I'm just casually planning out my whole park. But trying to not, like, invade that. So that should be... Whoops, that's not snow. Path. Kind of just like so. And there's like a little bit of that, and then it just goes in. That's way too much of that. Iron Man dies at the end of the movie? Oh my lord. Can't believe they kill off Iron Man. Is this a lot of space right here? Am I over or underestimating the size? I don't even know what I put in there, to be honest. That's a lot of space for the seal of Physis. I don't know about anything else though. Lava chicken. You're just fucking saying words at me. I wish I could just take this enclosure and just like move it further back or something. But I can't, so here I go. Is he having a stroke? Maybe. Maybe we gotta call someone. Can I delete you? Hello? Alright, awesome. Awesome, awesome. How do I feel about the baby acro? I mean, they're alright. It's another feathered black and white baby skin. Both of them. Solitosaurus is kind of just gray. Oh, please tell me this is all flat. It is, okay. Ooh, actually, is it all flat? Someone. Okay, we'll go, what was I, size 10? Subaru? What the fuck is going on? What are y'all... Making me feel like a boomer, because I just don't understand what the world is going on right now. This does like from here goes up. And then rock. That's a big ass enclosure. Making a ST sound? What is a ST sound? I really want to be able to delete this. Can I like... New pake. Hey Micro! Fashionably late as always. Or just like quit the game and restart it. Please don't make me stay up till... No, I actually plan on getting off stream here soon. Yeah, I know that Sabrina Carpenter's in Fortnite, but I decided that I don't have the money for Sabrina Carpenter, so... She is staying in the item shop. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Interesting that that happened. Sabrina Carpenter is in Fortnite. Let's see, 3 dinos at the front. Dilophosaurus is also kind of deserty. So do I want this area, the beginning area, to be deserty or no? Why the fuck do you... There you go, thank you. So direwolf, huh? Yeah. It's a thing that they're doing. I guess. Kind of all I really got right now. Yeah, why don't I try to like outline it? No, that's going to be a staircase up. That's how I want to do that. Okay. I gotta move. Honestly, I really hope it's a direwolf, but then again... Yeah, you know what, Maiden Zone? You're so real for that. Micro, it's... They're direwolves in a way, I guess is the best way that I can describe it. They're genetically modified gray wolves to inherit all the traits of a direwolf by poking around in their genome. Whether that's direwolf or not is up to you. Okay, so I want to... where do I move the freaking enclosure to? It's upsetting me. Do I want this area, the first area, to be desert? Let me think about this. Huh? I ain't saying all that. Who do you think I am? You know what, guys? It's getting to be about 8 o'clock. It's kind of absurd. Thank y'all for stopping by. Thank y'all for sharing your opinion. What is the final verdict on the votes? Most people say yes, but it's coming in pretty close with not sure and no. 44 yes, 25 no, 31 unsure. If you enjoyed the stream, go ahead and give it a like. This is kind of what I do. If you want to see more stuff like this, go ahead and subscribe. I'll catch you on the next one.